everyone. Welcome to another exciting office hours. Today we have an exciting agenda, and today my friend and also another business coach, Israel Einstein, is going to join us, and we might do a live office hours. Let me just make sure in the chat. Can everybody hear me? Okay. Can everyone? I think the audio may be off, right? So let me fix the audio here. Or the audio is not on. Hmm. Just going to check the audio because I think the audio might have issues. Test, test, test. Hmm. Give me just 1 second. I think I need to figure out the audio issues that are happening, and then I'll be right with you. Unless you can say something in the chat. I think maybe now it would work. I wonder. Um, Now it's working. All right, perfect. Okay, I'm sorry about that. I'm gonna repeat my introduction again. I think now it will now in and yeah. So all right. So what I have planned for today's call is exciting, at least for me. We'll do we'll talk a little bit about vibe coding and how to get AI to create apps and websites for you and business models associated with that. We always talk about it on these calls, but it's just hey, Anne, hello, how are you? Thanks for stopping by and saying hi. So we'll talk about how to get AI to create websites and software for you, business models associated with that. Thanks, and I see your comment. Then we'll talk about LLM SEO. Thanks everybody for your patience. I'm a little bit a klutz sometimes when it comes to audio settings. Uh, we'll talk about LLM SEO, which is a big topic. We always end up talking about it on these calls. I also have planned a very exciting thing. My friend Israel Ironstein, who's a consultant and a business coach, might hop on, and we might do a live coaching session here. And then after that, maybe anybody in the audience, anybody watching, can also hop on, and we can do a live coaching session just for fun, just to kind of see how it will be, just something different. I think it might be interesting, entertaining for everybody to see kind of how it works. And then I have an exciting thing planned, because sometimes I like to talk about cryptocurrency, but I think a lot of people hate it. So I'm going to present to you the case for cryptocurrency, and I'm going to give you maybe between 5 to 7 reasons, real world use cases that everybody can profit from, or at least can use, that's like really useful in real life. So I'm hopefully going to convince people that like it's not all horrible and a scam, that it has really practical uses. So that's the agenda for today. And of course, anytime you can, if you're coming from my Udemy courses, you can feel very welcome. Okay, cool. And if you like the idea of a live coaching session, I'll provide the opportunity to hop on, and we'll do it all together. I think it might be fun. It might be full of bloopers, who knows, because it's all going to be live. So we'll see how it works. But yeah, and of course, there's going to be regular Q&A. If you are joining one of my Udemy courses, you can introduce yourself in the chat, in the YouTube chat here. Tell me which course you're taking, what kind of questions you might have, what kind of challenges you're facing, and I'll do my absolute best to help you. And if it's not enough, you can obviously jump on the live coaching session here. I'll explain how to do it. And by the way, if you don't participate in the chat, I don't know who you are on the call, because the only way YouTube tells me who the people are on this call are if they actually chat, and that's how I know that you're in the call. Otherwise, I just see like numbers, people watching, but I don't know who you are and what kind of questions you have. So it's not like Zoom where I can see everybody. So I don't know who it's. I think YouTube does it for privacy, because if you want to stay private, you don't have to chat. But like, if you'd like to join, which you should feel more than welcome. This session is a Q&A session for students in my courses, and you should feel more than welcome to be an active participant. Usually when we do these, people are a little shy from the first time, but then it becomes friendly, and we kind of have fun, and it's kind of informal. Everybody helps everybody else, and it's just a nice time for us to geek out. I have a comment. Let me read quickly, because I'm one man show here. Yeah, Anne said, I'm from Udemy. I'm a business owner looking to learn more about LLM SEO for my own beauty business, and also for my new digital marketing agency, Profit Overview. Cool, very cool. So yeah, let's talk about that first. Let me just very quickly switch screens to make sure that on the other screen I have like a waiting room for people who might join, um, but there's nobody there yet. That person who I'm supposed to do live coaching call with is supposed to join there, but he's not there. So let's talk a little bit about LLM SEO. It feels like every day there's something new going on in this field, and certainly there's a lot of changes in SEO, because for the last like maybe 20 years, the world of SEO, it always felt like it was evolving, but it was nothing like it is this year, because this year there's just been an explosion and everything is different. Um, by the way, and when you say you have your own beauty business, is that like a local location, like a physical brick and mortar location, or that's kind of like online store where you sell beauty supplies as just e-commerce? Because the answer is very different depending on both. So just to give you an overview, I'm not sure if you're in the LLM SEO course already, or you're in my regular SEO course, which has an LLM SEO section in it. Uh, but the Google blue links, they're getting pushed down. The traditional search results are getting so pushed down, the traffic is decreasing for almost all businesses. So, and it's getting replaced with people either going to ChatGPT entirely, so people bypassing Google, or even if people are using Google, Google provides answers like AI overviews. And more recently, they introduced something called AI mode, which is if you click through it, it's like it looks like a ChatGPT ripoff. I guess it is, but that's exactly what it is. But it's a little different in how it works. In my experience, they provide very different answers. We can talk about the differences, but essentially, Google, as we know it, that Google search that's been pretty much consistent for the last 20 years, even though it felt like it was always changing, it's nothing. That change was nothing to the kind of change that's happening now. So, um, so the blue links of Google to ranking higher, ranking lower, it's still relevant. People are still going to different websites, but now the focus is on how do you get the AI to recommend you, and the AI tends to recommend very, very, very reputable brands, which on the one hand is good because it can, if it recommends you, that's fantastic, but chances are it might recommend like billion and $1 million brand and like really, really, really most well-known brands. So for small businesses, it becomes a little harder to compete. Let me quickly just catch up with the comments. Um, Beauty business that we go to local weddings in Charlottesville. Okay. Our team goes on site to do the wedding. Ah, I see. Yeah. Hmm. Interesting. So for a local business, it's interesting because a lot of times, and we can look, if you drop your keywords in there, um, I see another comment. I'll get to it in a second, but and if you drop the keywords in there, the main keywords that are that you're trying to rank for, we can do a live. I can share my screen and we can um, look at it together and see what might be happening in your search results. Because for some searches, AI is interfering a lot, but for some searches, AI is not really interfering with too much. I see the keywords. Okay, cool. I'll get to it in a second. Let me just Academy of Meaningful Education to say, by the way, sometimes it shows me names and sometimes it shows me screen names like Academy of Meaningful Education. I feel like you joined last time, but I forgot what was your name. I apologize. Um, but I'm of a certain age where forgetting names is just like there's not. I'm forgetting everything. Um, but let me quickly read your comment. Is big cartel automated for digital products? I don't know what that is. Or do you have to manually send it out? Maybe you can explain that because I don't really know exactly what that is. But let's look at this keyword from Anne: wedding, hair, and makeup. All right, cool. I'm gonna share my screen and then we'll just actually use this. Um, so I'm gonna paste it into my browser. We'll look at search results, and I have the search results here. So let me actually share my screen, and we'll all do this together. Share screen with others. Yes. I feel like I'm so slow in the process all the time. All right, so here's my screen. You can probably see my screen. So you see, it's not an issue for this keyword. It's not an issue of AI stealing traffic because there is no AI answer. It's a good old regular map. So in this case, it's not an issue with LLM SEO. Now, maybe I'll look in my area, like for example, and maybe it will give me, no, it doesn't give me AI answers, right? So it's not AI based. So this actually is still usability from before, which might suggest something else is going on. Is this your the first business is your business? Um, that I assume is that this one, right? Because um, it's exactly how you phrased it. Charlotte Smith, wedding hair and makeup artist. I'm going to kind of switch over to the, yeah, that's your business. So um, yeah, I saw that you have keywords in the business name and it's working. Um, but where do you see that you're not showing up in LLM SEO? Because there is no LLM SEO. So I guess if I ask it, what is the best wedding hair and makeup um, service provider, or um, I don't know what's the term, but let's say service provider. And let's see what it says. So now it's going to give me AI answers, and I think you're going to be in one of them. There you are, number 3. So I think you're doing a good job. Maybe not number 1 according to Rouge 9. This one, and then this one. This was the publication that published an article about you or some kind of a website. So I think you're doing well. Like you're one of the main ones getting recommended. Why do you think that you're not recommended? Because you're actually doing pretty well. uh, Good question about the 12 hours live. Yeah, whenever. So that was a funny question. Let me explain the story behind that question. And by the way, Academy of Meaningful Education, please remind me your name because I remember it from last time, but I kind of forgot. So we did this experience. So I'm trying to accumulate hours and watch time on YouTube, and we had like a long marathon session last time, and then we decided as a group to that we can just leave the live stream on and we can just go to sleep and then see what happens in the morning. And then so I went to sleep and I left the live stream on, and people stayed. Like a lot of people stayed, surprisingly. And uh, let me stop sharing my screen for a second. Yeah, a lot of people stayed, surprisingly. And it was when I woke up, I woke up at like 6 in the morning. I went over to my computer and I still had like a few people online on the stream. And it did give me like a bunch of hours. I'll tell you exactly. I can go to my analytics and tell you exactly how many hours that accumulated for, or maybe it's actually a little hard to look up, but I think it was around 50 hours total from everybody, which was cool. So yeah, that actually really worked. It was almost like leaving a complete live stream on the whole time. Yeah, so that was a great experiment, and it worked out. uh, KJ, cool, I see it. Oh, and Anne says it showed up in maybe which query do you use? Because maybe you typed in a different keyword, so that maybe it's confusing things. Or did you ask ChatGPT about it, or you asked Google? Yeah. It was pretty awesome. I woke up, and I woke up like all sleepy, and I went over to the computer, and I'm like, because I didn't see who's there. I didn't know if people were watching or they just left their computer on. So I was all like sleepy and almost passed out, and I was like, oh, people, thank you everybody for leaving your live stream on. That was really cool. Maybe if we can do it something like that today, that would be great. But we're still a ways away from that. Um, so let me quickly check where is my guest for today. He's not. He had another coaching session that he was doing now. And he told me as soon as he gets out of that, he'll join this call. Um, hmm. What if you do this experiment where right now, if you open an incognito browser and do that search there and see if you come up, maybe that would, because for me, you come up and almost always, as you saw, number one or close to number one in almost everything we tried. You can also, there's this tool, um, I forget the name, is it genrank.io, genrank.io, and it's really cool. I'm in touch with the guy who wrote it. It's a one man business, and he created, like, the Google Search Console from Google, where you can tell exactly where every one of your pages is ranking in Google for every keyword. He created the same thing for AI, for ChatGPT, not for Google, but for ChatGPT. So you can actually sign up for that site now. It's free, uh, and you can see. In fact, I have a code that he gave me that gives you like a 1 month trial. I think the free trial, there's like a forever plan, and then there's a you can get a more features for a month. So I have the like link, the coupon code to get more features for a month, but that will tell you if you are getting good results, and for different keywords in uh, ChatGPT. And that'll be an interesting one. Hmm. That's interesting that you're saying you're not showing up. Did you type exactly the thing that I typed, or something slightly different? Can you paste your search again? And that was in. Can somebody else do that search so that we can verify if I'm getting the wrong results or if N is getting inconsistent results? Because for me, as you saw when I shared screen, everything was working just fine. I was very impressed that you were ranking everywhere highly. Or you copy and pasted and it still didn't. That's really surprising. Um, you can send me an image, and I'll to my email, and I'll share it with everybody. So you can use my email during this call. I'll briefly check it, and I'll verify, and I'll share with everyone. But yeah, if anybody is on the call that wants to help out and do that same search, maybe you can paste the search again into here. Yeah, SEO is addictive, right? I'm kind of obsessed with it too, because if you're competitive, or at least have like a little bit of a competitive side to you, it's like I always want to outrank everybody. I feel like it's like slow motion exciting. It's like, it's not like running a race, but it's like running a super turtle race, but it's a race. Let's see. I'm actually going to do the search. Yeah. If anybody else on the call wants to take that keyword and check um, if you see her business in your results, that would be an interesting experiment. Because yeah, for me, she was showing up very highly. And while people are doing that, let me quickly check my email and so in Google you show up. I see a comment. Yeah, sponsored is going to be there very often. But what about if you just do that one, the one who is the best service provider for that that pasted search that she pasted, if you paste that and the AI answer comes up, is her business in the top? For me, it was the top three. I wonder if you have some setting that's throwing it off. Um, oh, interesting. If you guys want to send me screenshots of what you see, I'll open them in my email, and I'll be able to share with everybody. Because when you paste it, okay, email sent. Let's see. So I'm gonna get the email. I didn't get it yet. It hasn't arrived. Let's check spam folder. No. Let me see if I did. I mistype my email. Don't think so. But then again, no, it's my correct email. Hmm. So AI is promoting different things. Send me email with screenshots because I'll be able to share it and we can look at it. That will be the best thing to do. Oh, I got the email. I got the email from Anne. All right, let me share my screen and we're gonna look at it together. Share screen. Okay, here we go. So, all right, let's see. I hope everybody can see okay. So this is interesting. That's one image and then this one. So this is the AI answers. Um, and it's talking about this veil, hair, and makeup on location. Judy Howard. Okay, so it's a different business. I got something different that is interesting. So if you can see my screen, so I got, when I searched the same keyword, I got 9 providers. Rouge 9, on location, and then yours, Charlottesville makeup artist. Okay. But then this shows me, so this is kind of like back in the day, people also ask this sort of thing, which is a little bit outdated. Like Google these days rarely shows this kind of a thing in the search result that people also ask. Like it's just not a thing because the AI answers replaced this thing. So I wonder if you have some setting that's like older setting. I don't know. I did not expect to see this. And then here's the AI, and then you have a different AI answer. They're promoting one thing instead of a number of things. And this, the veil, hair, and makeup company on location, is none of the ones that I got, right? I didn't see I didn't see this veil. That's very weird. So maybe this is, I wonder if you have an outdated some browser setting or something, because if maybe this veil thing is out of business, that maybe, did you comment that they were out of business, right? Did I read that correctly? That veil hair is out of business. And also this thing is a little bit of a, like if I screen shared it, and or if somebody else screen shared it, I would say, hey, like Google, that's outdated screenshot because Google doesn't do this anymore. Let me quickly read the comments to see what's happening. um, yeah, we got total different results. um, Judy Hayward is out of business. Is that the one that's oh, the one I'm recommending you, right? It's something outdated there, right? It's very suspicious, like not even suspicious, but like unexpected. You mean when you did incognito browser, it showed you that result from Judy? That's the one you saw? That is strange. I don't even know if you wanted to get old results, how you would do it. Like I wouldn't even know what setting on the browser that would be, except would you be able to try a different browser, like instead of a Chrome, maybe a Firefox? That's certainly a first. People in my LLM SEO class complain sometimes because the results that I get are not the ones that they get. And I explain to them that, hey, they get different results, but then they like, you're manipulating results. And then I have to explain. And then they're still, sometimes AI maybe is just like buggy. And KJ, were you getting the same result closer to what mine look like or closer to what Anne's look like? All right. If anybody else is on the call and they want to do that search and paste in a comment to share what they're seeing, we can maybe reverse engineer what's happening with um, Google search. And that would be an interesting experiment to do this live, because sometimes, like, when we get one result, the one that we get when we search, we think, oh, this is what's happening for everybody, but it's not. Hmm. Oh, okay. At least that's good news that it's closer to mine. Um, it would be kind of hard to figure out if it was not. Yeah, but you wouldn't want to go to Bing. You would want to go to just like a different browser, like Firefox or um, whatever the Apple browser is, Safari, and try to see if you do that search from there. I wonder if the problem was some setting in Chrome, maybe, I don't know, or whatever the browser you're currently using, maybe just any different browser or different device. Also, that could be maybe different device after right after that. It could be personalized in searches. It could be that you clicked on that your competitors so much that they think you really are interested in your competitors. But I don't know. That's just a funny. I don't think that's really what's happening. Oh, by the way, while this is getting researched, KJ, another interesting thing, actually, really cool thing happened after that last live stream when people left their browsers on for like 6 hours after the live stream. When I woke up, the average view, the average session jumped up in like by 10 minutes. During the call, it was like closer to 10 minutes. When I woke up, it was like 20 minutes. And since then, I don't know if it was a coincidence or not, but YouTube has been giving me for my like regular videos that I post. YouTube has been giving me like a little bit more views and a little bit more like recommendations in different places. So I don't know if it's a coincidence because I've been regularly posting now for 2 months. Because after I did Udemy, I kind of stopped on YouTube, and now I kind of want to revive my YouTube. So I've been posting for a while, like for closer to 3 months soon. Um, but that was kind of an inflection point. That long, extra engagement, and for some additional reason, people kept coming to that live stream, and I don't know where they were coming from, to be completely honest, but people just kept coming and watching that live stream, and yeah. So anyway, let me read the comments. There's been a lot of comments that have been yapping. Safari, and you're number one, right? and no AI and no sponsors. Okay, so for the Google local map, she's number one, huh? And in SEO, I say clear away from clicking through on competitors. Yeah, maybe, but we don't know if it's really. I believe it's because live. Yeah, maybe, but I think it had to do with like the engagement time, like the average session duration just went like way higher than what I would naturally get because but and live like a lot of people who go live like they get a lot of new people who just discovered them during the live session. In my cases it hasn't been like that very much, like it's been more people from Udemy coming, but not so many people who are like totally new from YouTube. So YouTube hasn't been like totally sharing my live streams yet with its own audience. So it's a lot of people who are students from Udemy, which is kind of in a way good because it's a better, not better, but like it's kind of like a more professional community, and we all sort of know each other and kind of know what to expect. And I know that everybody's there to like learn and improve. So I I think our levels of interactions can be better. Let me see, catch up with the comments. Did and when you went to different browsers and different devices and you got the AI based search, did it give you results that looked like the ones you used to be getting or that are closer to mine? It's interesting what's happening in the comments. We're kind of figuring out uh, a certain search results. So if you're just joining the call now, um, oh, thank you, Subtle Sounds. I see that you're joining from the beginning of the call where I had the technical challenges. I've solved them since then, but since you're here, Subtle Sounds. By the way, it just says Subtle Sounds. I don't know your name, so if you're coming from Udemy, please introduce yourself. Tell me what kind of course you're taking, what kind of challenges you might be facing, and if you have questions, we'll discuss them. I'm supposed to have a special guest here, but he hasn't joined because he told me he might be getting a little bit held up in um, another call that he has, and he might be hopping on here soon. So we'll wait for him. But while we're still waiting for him, um, we will try to get the Q&A going and help everybody. By the way, I so maybe since we spent a while on the SEO and we're kind of in the middle of figuring it out, and I'm still trying to figure out if you can uh, do the same search on different devices and different browsers while we're here. Maybe maybe you can share if you're getting different results on those. I'm just also just kind of catch up with the comments. Mm. Regarding the reviews on the AIs, it helps a little bit. Yes, it does help to get rid of it helps to get rid of bad reviews because AI will read the bad reviews. Um, um, and if it asks for good reviews, what you want are very detailed good reviews, like your pricing and your details about your business, because AI will pick up on that. And if the details about your business aren't listed anywhere else, they're not. But if they are listed in the reviews, when AI promotes you, they'll be able to provide much more detail in their responses about what your business is like. I don't know if you've seen it in my courses, but I did this search. I did this search in um like what's the cheapest haircut place in the town where I live. I did this experiment, and there was Google found the cheapest place, and even though those places didn't list the prices, even the price, I eventually click a lot of places, and the price was listed in some kind of a review by some customer, and AI picked up on that and read it and gave me that answer in its results. So it's actually, um, when people give you reviews, 5 star is good, to rank high on the map, but long and detailed and accurate reviews are actually going to help you more with AI. So that is going to be a big thing. But the reviews have to read honestly, because Google is also very good at telling which reviews are, manipulated reviews. Um, so why don't we maybe, if anybody else has questions, we can chat about it in. But if nobody else has questions, I have some ideas. Let's talk about cryptocurrency a little bit, just switching gears, and we can come back to SEO because we'll be on this call for a while. But what I wanted to do is for people who like don't know much about cryptocurrency, is just to give realistic arguments for it, just so people understand. Hey, maybe it's useful. Not, you don't have to do it, you don't have to get into it, but it just shouldn't remain like a totally black box, complete unknown. So people sometimes say, "I hate it. I don't want because it is really boring to learn." And when there's something unknown, people tend to be a little apprehensive about it, and they don't become knowledgeable about it because cryptocurrency really is so boring. But I think so. So I'm going to try to lay out my reasons of like why it actually makes sense. First of all, anytime you're sending payments, PayPal is charging 3%. Credit cards are charging like 4 to 5%. All of these payment systems, international, they tack on another percent. So you're always losing money to transfer fees. Transfer fees exist in the cryptocurrency world, but they are minuscule. Like if you're on, like for example, there's a token that I created. It's on the Solana like blockchain, and the sometimes it costs me a penny to send funds as opposed to 3 or 4%. And if you think, okay, 3 or 4% is not so much if you're sending $50 or something, but if you're having like large transactions like a business in the 4 figures and the 5 figures, you're losing a lot of money to transaction fees. It becomes very significant. So uh, for that reason, cryptocurrency is like a really good option. It's faster, right? Because let's say you have to, like, PayPal is also faster, but let's say you have to do a bank wire transfer, because for international payments, PayPal is 4% at least, whereas cryptocurrency is free. So PayPal is 4%, so you wouldn't do it. So you'd have to go to a bank wire transfer. But the bank wire transfer takes 1 or 2 days in the good case, but it does. Banks don't work on weekends. So if you're 1 or 2 days, are like you send money on a Friday, you might not see it until Tuesday, and it's horrible, because the person who is supposed to receive the payment has no idea if it's been received. Banks have gotten a little faster. It used to be like a 5 day turnaround. Now it's usually within 1 or 2 days, but still, it's not even close to being instantaneous like it is with cryptocurrency. And cryptocurrency is nearly zero transaction cost. So this is like the first argument for cryptocurrency payments, because it's like if you sell something, you don't want to take 96% of what you sold. You want to take 100% of what you sold. And credit card companies, PayPal, Stripe, they all take a transaction fee, and they can be eliminated. So for that reason, I uh, like that. I like cryptocurrency. Now we have Israel Einstein. He joined the call. I don't know if you can see him on the call. Let me check. He is on the call. Israel, can you say something?
Hey,
You can check. Hey, I can hear you also, but let me.
wonderful, wonderful. Sorry I'm a little bit late, but I figured you have a lot more to do before I come in, and my previous clients were late, so it's all good. I'm here now.
Perfect. I can hear you. I can see you. If anybody can comment and let us know if you can see Israel and can hear him on the call, we'll start. We'll have this experimental session. Um, that will he will coach me right on this call, and I don't know what's gonna happen. He might say you are horrible, or however, or something else. But before we start, so just so that we don't talk a lot into air without with the audio being bad, if anybody can comment that they can hear us just fine, especially him because I know you can hear me, um, then we'll start. And we don't know where it's going to go, and I'll continue my whole spiel about cryptocurrency. But did anybody also get a little bit tiny bit convinced about not losing money to transaction fees? Because that's like the first benefit, and it's an immediate benefit. um, I think so. I'll just kind of take maybe 10 seconds while I'm waiting for the chat to catch up because there's a little bit of a delay. Um, but how are you, Israel?
I'm good. A little bit hot because I was rushing to get here, and I didn't turn on the AC because I don't want some buzzing background noise.
Uh,
I'm thinking maybe I should just turn on the fan. I'm going to try to turn on a fan, and then if it makes too much noise, let me know. I think it will be fine. It's a ceiling fan, and I think I'll come down in a moment because I came in and
yeah,
from
yeah, I see. So,
uh,
Igor or Igal, sorry, I misspelled your name. I apologize. I was trying to write fast. But by the way, welcome to the call, Igal. If you're in the Udemy courses, let me know, which courses you're taking and if you have any questions. But yeah, thank you for commenting. Everybody can see and hear Israel. I'll quickly introduce Israel. So Israel is a business coach and a consultant. He's also a longtime friend of mine, and he has a lot of creative ideas, and he's, I think, very uh, empathetic, good listener, um, and also cares about the people who he coaches, and cares about their success. And maybe with that, I'll let Israel introduce himself for like a minute, and then we'll start.
okay. First of all, thank you for the kind words. Right back at you. It's a pleasure always working with Alex, and we've been working together for so many years. Uh, what we're going to do today is a coaching session. I did a certification course with NYU. So I'm a NYU certified professional coach. It's the ICF style. Technically, I could get an ICF certification based on my credentials, but I haven't done the paperwork and the process, and there's like an interview. So I'm not an ICF certified, but we're going to do something right now that's very similar to that. And background of myself, I've been coaching since 2008. And in the last few years, my focus is more on business coaching. So some of my clients are entrepreneurs, uh, business people, and they do one-on-one coaching to help them with running their business. And then sometimes when I go into businesses, I operate more on a consulting. However, the big difference between consulting and coaching, and this is important because you guys to prepare for this coaching session. A consultant comes in with their ideas. They know what's right, and they say, "I'll show you how to do it. I've done it before. I'll show you how to do it." And sometimes the consultant comes in and look through, and they're supposed to provide the answers. In coaching, we are facilitating the coachee's process. So most of what I do is just ask questions. I might offer some ideas, or I like to say I'm a mirror and a flashlight. So I don't create content in this coaching session. I just show people, hey, this is what you said, or hey, have you noticed this? And what we're going to do in the coaching session is a standard uh, process where one thing I'm asking for my coachees, and I know that Alex will do a great job with that, is to be present and to be honest and open. I will do the same. I'll give my full focus to the session, and hopefully, you guys can learn from that a little bit about what coaching is, but also the process is not about the details inside the process. So you could learn a lot from it for your own processes, how you can duplicate some of those things and almost kind of coach yourself. And it's fun.
All right. So with that, should we start? So maybe I'll tell you a little bit about my situation. And usually people kind of come to me for with questions, and I feel like I have to know everything, and there's this kind of pressure. So it's going to be a little bit unusual for me because it's going to be the shoes on the other foot. Hopefully, I'm not going to be like a know-it-all on this call. So I guess I'll tell you what my challenges are, and maybe you can help me, and maybe can direct me also, in this kind of mock coaching session. But also, it would be great to not just have it mock, but be realistic. So at the moment, I'm kind of running into a few challenges where, obviously, whatever business you're starting, you're supposed to just kind of do that one business, like have a strong focus. But I have a disfocus at the moment because I have my Udemy business, that I've been doing for like, I don't know, since 2012 or 13, and I have like almost a million students there, and so that's my main business. But at the same time, I got very excited about, I created my cryptocurrency token. I've got that business happening. I have to promote the token, and then I think in a greater sense, what we're doing now is I'm trying to revive my YouTube channel because back in the day it had like 40,000 subscribers, but that was so bad. So, I kind of went over to Udemy and spent most of my time on Udemy. And so the channel kind of lost engagement. And I kind of want to do all these things. Naturally, AI is helping me to do all this work faster, but still there's a lot of this focus. And I wonder if like maybe it's an error to do all of it because, yeah, it might work to a degree, but then if I don't put in, if I can take those 10 hours a week that I'm putting into one business and put it into another one, maybe that will have more growth and see more results. So that's the challenge that I currently have. um, do you need more details, or is that enough to go on?
It's a good start. First of all, thank you so much for sharing all of that. It sounds like you found a way that had been working for you in the past where you focused on Udemy, but you feel like with AI and also with time, you have time that you can also focus on cryptocurrency, revise your YouTube channel. But now you're saying, wait, could I really do it? And this is where you are right now. Is that right?
Yeah, because there's always a second guessing, like, is this decision or is this choice the right one? Because if it's not the right one, I'm going to pay it with my pocket, right? Because as a small business owner, if I don't do the optimal strategy, I'm going to make less money, which you really don't. Nobody wants that.
Right. So it sounds like one of the big motivations for you is you don't want to lose your income. Because as a small business owner, that's a very high value to protect.
Yeah, and I think one thing that might be relatable here for everyone on the call is that nobody knows what will happen to their industry in a few years because AI might be taking over or just completely changing some industries. Like even people on this call, right? We have a photography business. Well, for photography editing, it's like AI will maybe take a big role in that. So some people are saying, well, in years, but then some people are saying, well, no, actually now, because like I think if you, I don't know the data on Fiverr.com, right? Like a freelancing site, but like they're probably cratering right now because I used to hire on Fiverr, don't hire there anymore because I can just do everything with AI. So I think there's this concern, like the reason for these new businesses is that now I feel a little bit more pressure to be like on my toes and vigilant. So instead of getting hit by a problem later, hey, AI just destroyed my industry. If it does, I want to be a little bit prepared That was,
So
but then in my preparation, I'm disfocusing myself, which is kind of an error. That's just sorry, I'm chatting a long time. I know you want to jump in, but just to
no,
give
no.
a little background.
The more you give, the better. I want to listen more than I want to talk. So what you're adding right now is that one of the big reasons why you want to change and you want to do something different is because you feel like if you don't do anything, the world goes too fast, and you feel you might find yourself behind. So you want to be proactive, but on the other hand, now you're stretching yourself too thin, or you might, and it's a question and the second guessing, and that's where you are right now.
Yeah,
So, what would be uh, given our time together right now, as long as we can do, maybe 45 minutes or to an hour, what is a really good outcome, a realistic outcome you're hoping to get that would make this session truly meaningful, where you feel like this was a success?
Hmm. Well, I feel like one option would be how to get to a more successful point in any of the ventures that I have, right? So let's say I'm able to grow the cryptocurrency a little faster, or the YouTube. Then I'm like, okay, if I have some strategy that I can take away that I can actionably use, that would be fantastic. Or if you tell me, hey, like you're being an idiot, just do this, and then you present a good case for why I should only focus on something, I think that would also be useful.
So it sounds like, and again, I'm talking from your perspective. If you find within our conversation some way, strategy, tactic that will allow you to zoom speed at least one of those three, that will be a success, because you feel like, okay, now I have the way. Or if something else might come up in this conversation that will give you some clarity, that would also be a success.
Exactly.
So we're going to have a very simple way at the end of this conversation to know if this was success. If you found one way for one of your businesses to zoom forward and you decided I'm going to focus more on this one, or if we find any other creative idea or something that will help you towards a decision.
Yeah, or even cooler, if we find a creative idea for how to get those businesses moving forward better,
Right. So that you mean all three.
or any. It's hard to do all three, but if any, just one will be already a success.
So you're saying there's two options of this session to be a success, but you really prefer option one. That's what I'm hearing.
The growth is obviously right. Yeah,
Okay. Okay. And it'll be easy for us to know. If we found something, then this was a success.
yeah.
Now, you've mentioned a little bit what is the motivation, what make this very important for you right now. One is you're afraid, or you were taking consideration that the income might get a hit because you're spreading too thin, and the other one is with AI, you want to be on top of things. Tell me more. What makes this decision right now very important for you, if at all?
You mean, sorry, the decision of like which business to pursue,
Yeah,
or
where you are right now. Yeah, this session is
yeah.
hopefully going to be impactful on how you move forward. How important and how meaningful is this decision right now for you?
Extremely, because even though I kind of have an established online business and passive income streams, which I think for most people, they would like from the outside looking in, they would be like, "Oh, this is good. This is what I wanted." Um, so from the outside looking in, it might be good, but from the inside, it's it's very stressful because one moment you might be like doing well, you know, but next month, if you're revenue creators and you make a wrong decision, work on the wrong things, don't improve the right things, revenue creators, and then it's like super stressful because you don't want to be like working back from an error. So the decision making, like if it's not accurate, you lose money, right? So it's
It
Yeah.
sounds like you're saying when people are doing what's called traditional work, they have a lot more control over their income. If I go to work every day, if I make chairs, every chair I make, this is the amount of money, so I know what I'm doing. Prices may change and stuff like that. But when you have passive income, you have much less control, and every little decision you make can have very impactful
Yeah.
results. So right now, you feel like every decision is a lot more important.
Yeah. Because I did this experiment, or actually I did this like I guess data mining or whatever you want to call it in 2019, and I looked at everything I'm doing. You know how people say, I want to have 10 different streams of income, and I have like 10 different streams of income, but like a lot of them don't make money, don't make much. And then the course business, like I have a, course business on Udemy, a course business licensing. I looked at it and it's like, it's making the most, right? So I decided I'm going to kill off like 90%. I haven't touched my books that I've written. I do very, very little coaching. So I've stopped, completely stopped, or 90% slowed down everything else to give time to the courses so I can grow the courses. And that was like a super great decision because the courses kind of took off more. But now we have a like a kind of a reverse, where if I just spend time on the courses, it could be that it's an existing industry that could be impacted by AI. And so I don't want to be like the newspapers of the 90s, kind of hanging on, but like every month losing revenue, right? So I think now it's like uncertainties, like, should I stay with this industry, and because maybe this industry will still be fine for 10 years or 20 years, or who knows, maybe forever, or should I sort of diversify and have that kind of vigilance for tomorrow, for like next year, so that if Udemy maybe gets impacted negatively, I'm not at zero revenue, right?
So it sounds like you were in a similar situation back in 2019 where you had a lot of things happening and you had to stop and say, hey, this one is the main one. And you only found that out when you stopped and looked at it. And now you feel like it's another time to do maybe some, the same kind of stop and check, even though it may be different, because this time it's not that you're spreading all over. It might be the opposite, that maybe you're too focused on one thing. So, what are the considerations when you look at it? So, I heard you talking more about the reason why this has become an issue and the importance of it, like why it means so much, and it could have very big differences, whether it's success or failure, and opportunities. What are the considerations?
What do you mean? In what sense?
Okay, so when you want to make a decision, usually you think, okay, what makes this good? What makes that good? You've described the options lightly. We didn't dive too deep into them, but generally there is, should I focus on this, or some combination of all three? You've also described the importance of it, like the risks and maybe even the rewards. But what are the considerations? Like, what would make you think to go someplace versus other place?
I mean, it's the opportunity, right? Like, at the end of the day, you're doing online business not because it's super, super fun. I mean, sometimes it's fun, but you're trying to make a living, like not different from any business.
So if we're going to go and step back a little bit and look at what we call like the North Star, like the big reason, because there's certain things that it's impossible to know. And you mentioned before, like it's hard to know. But sometimes there's ways to find out a bit more. So it could be to do a bit more research and based on that to focus more. But sometimes it's also other ways to make decisions. So thinking about your priorities, the things you like to do, the ways you've made decision in the past. So when you think of all these three options, what's the thing that pushes you one way or another?
Um, I think the cryptocurrency is interesting because it has the greatest potential. For people who are not sure what I'm talking about, created my own token, cryptocurrency token, and because I created it, I have a lot of that token. And so if it goes to like $1 or $2 or $10, the the revenue, the money that I can, the take home is like disproportionately big to other ideas, right? Because if you sell a product like an online course, you sell one, you get some dollars. You sell another one, you get some dollars. It's very incremental. But if you own an asset that grew like crazy, um, the potential there is very, very big. Um, and it's rare that you have such a big opportunity in a one person business. You don't have to like start a giant company, which I don't really want to do, because at the end of the day I kind of want to do something artsy. So I want to like save money or get enough money to retire, and then kind of my goal is to do something artsy, just do music or something long term. So this will be for me very favorable. It has challenges, right? It's not like overnight it's going to be amazing, but like it has that potential that like if everything goes right, I like never have to worry about money ever.
So it sounds like you have those three options, which is the Udemy, the cryptocurrency, and starting to focus back on the YouTube subscription, maybe some other things that you're thinking. But these, all of them are a means to some bigger goal, which is to focus on the art and not have financial worries. And it sounds like there's a shining object in the cryptocurrency, which is like, okay, here I can get there. With the other things, maybe I could never get there. I'm going to have to stay constantly work and update and make a good living, but I cannot achieve my dream. This is a way for me to achieve the dream. So that is something that, it sounds from what you said, you feel like right now is a certain opportunity where I can capitalize on it. Um, so that's the one consideration toward the token. What other considerations are there?
I think that's the main one, because I really want to grow to do music, to do like creative writing, and I write like little, so but I just don't have time, right? So I kind of need to um like make a significant enough amount that I can kind of invest in and retire and just live off that and just do arts. This is my like dream.
Right. So the goal is to reach the retirement as early as possible,
That, yeah.
and uh, the cryptocurrency is a shiny way to possibly get there.
Yeah,
What else? What other
I
considerations
think
are
this is actually it. All of these offer great lifestyle. It's not like I have to go and have a boss. So all of these have like, they're like lifestyle businesses where if I want to, I can travel. But really, I don't even do that. I mostly spend my time, this free time, with my kids. So, but I'm like in the park at like noon sometimes, where I'm that's very like flexible. So all of them have this. Um, yeah, I think all of them are like benevolent businesses. Like they're like good, helping people legitimately for the better. Like I don't. It's not like I do something horrible and say like, I'm making the world a better place. Like, Coca-Cola, they have all this sugar, they cause diabetes, and they're like, we are making the world a better place, one taste at a time. And then everybody's like, diabetes. Like, so
there?
it's
So it sounds like,
legitimately a good, yeah.
so it's also allowing you to live a more fulfilling life, being able to spend time with the kids. Also, you're feeling you're helping other people. So, but those are in all the options.
Yeah.
Let's give it a little bit more time and think what other considerations are there.
I think that's it. I'm not coming up with many. What kind of considerations would typically people have?
Some people would have technical considerations. Some people would have things that they know versus things that are very new. Some people would have something like, hey, I have a big advantage here versus I don't have that advantage. Sometimes it's opportunity, which you kind of mentioned, and sometimes it's a risk factor, especially compared to the reward. So how big of a risk, how big of the reward. So those are common considerations. Some people have other considerations that sometimes are, if I do this business, I partner with that person, I love them or I don't like them. Or if I do that business, I have to move. So there could be some outside considerations. If you
Um,
pause and think, you may come up with some other stuff that, when you do something, you always realize that. But if you start thinking about what else happened, what are the consequences and what are the side effects, so to think about that too.
I think really it's the opportunity cost. You're always trying. In my case, I think because the other businesses, like, they all have so many similarities, and, like, it's kind of a nerd. They're all nerd businesses. It's like I sit at home with my computer by myself mostly and just work. So there, and but it does offer like flexible lifestyles. So in all these things, it's pretty similar. It's just like, what do I do that makes my time worth it? Um, like, yeah. So there aren't really that many other considerations.
So let's talk more about, because from what I hear you're saying is you kind of like bundling the Udemy and the YouTube in almost one basket, and having a very, it's almost like you're asking yourself, should I jump all into this token pool, or it's not? And you're talking about all these, opportunity costs, and the opportunity to become financially free, be able to do what you really want to do much sooner than you would do it naturally. If all the good things are there, why is it a consideration? What's the real consideration here?
You mean, like, why? What do you mean?
If this token is so shiny, so perfect, this world is going to become so great so soon,
Uh
what makes it
it,
such a
it's
heavy question?
it's incredibly hard to get adoption for a token. And so while the reward is incredible, the potential, right? The risk is 99%. So,
Okay.
yeah, think about it. Like, you have to get adoption for a currency. It's like not an easy thing. So,
Yeah.
if I do it, and if I put a lot of resources and time and attention into it, it's gonna make my work in the course world worse, and so I'm gonna lose money, right? So I by pursuing, it's what I really like about it is that, like, if you look at it like safe versus risky, low potential, high potential, right? Like, if you compare this to like a laundromat, right? A laundromat business is like super safe. You're probably going to make $20,000 or $30,000, but you're never going to become a millionaire, right? So it doesn't have potential. So this is the opposite.
So you have the two options, the what we call low floor, high floor, but low
Hmm.
ceiling, and then you
Exactly.
have the high ceiling, the low, very low floor, but very high ceilings. And the question is, do I lose my high floor in order to pursue the potential high ceilings, but
Exactly.
is a risk of the low floor?
Exactly.
So when you think of it in that way, what are the things that come to mind in terms of how do I make that kind of decision? Some people are in a position where it's very easy for them to make that decision. For example, I don't know, they have a job, they have a year off, so they can just, okay, right now I'll just focus on this. Some people, it's a personality thing where, like, I always go for the crazy because that's my personality, or the opposite. I'm very, I will get super stressed if I don't know where my income is going to come 6 months from now. So, but everybody has their considerations. When you think of, if when you clarify that the real question is here is the more sure way versus something much more risky but much more rewarding, what did that make you think?
uh I don't think I totally fully understood the question, but I think, maybe can you rephrase it just so that I don't answer the wrong the way?
Sure. It sounds like the big question is, do I jump into the high risk, high reward,
Yeah, that is exactly right.
do I stay consistent and have the peace of mind, but there's also some places in between, because on the one hand, even if you jump high risk high reward, that doesn't mean your base is going to suffer. It could continue, but and then maybe you can just do a little bit with it with the token and see if it happens. You'll have
Yeah.
less percentage, but see if it happens. So there's a bit more of considerations here. Within all of that, what jumps out the most to you?
Um, I'll answer that, but the Geek
Sure.
Viking is asking. By the way, when it says Geek Viking, I don't see your. I don't know what your name is. So if you can tell me your name, it just shows me the screen name. And the question
Mhm.
is, Alex, why are you not doing SEO anymore? Too much work with AI nowadays. It must be a cash printing industry. Let me come back to it because right now we're doing this experiment where we're doing like a simulated live coaching session, and I'm getting coached. So I will come back to this, but keep posting in the chat. I will come back to the chat and I will answer everybody. I'll stay on the call. I'll make sure I'll stay in the call until everybody's happy. So we can hang out here for a long time. So, but to answer your question, Israel, the it's hard to just do the token business partially, because what you'll end up with is it's not going to work if you do it partially, and then you're going to think, oh, I did it partially, I gave it a try, it didn't work, oh, it sucks, right? That's, but you didn't get the answer because you didn't put in a good effort. I think what made me confident about it is that in my background I have a like really strong background in marketing. Like I was able to get millions of people into my mobile apps back in the day. I was able to get, now I have almost a million students on Udemy. And like basically it's not a guarantee that I will do well. Like any marketer, if they're honest, or any entrepreneur, if they're honest, they'll be like, well, I've had more failures than successes. A lot of things I tried kind of mostly didn't work, but some things that worked really worked. And so then you're like, okay, well, if honest with yourself and others, right? um, a lot of people like to boast and only talk about their winners, right? But here we're honest. So because of that, I'm like, I know some things that I did, they really, really, really did well, but most things I did, they kind of flopped. um, Case in point, I had this t-shirt business idea, like wave if you like, a few years ago. Is it anything, like wave if you like, coffee, wine, vacations, and people could wear it. It would be like icebreaker t-shirts. And I thought, oh, I'm good at marketing, I can make this work. And I totally didn't, partially because it was like the fifth priority and I didn't give it a good effort. And because of that, it just didn't work and I had to like kill it. So um that's a long answer to your question about uh why don't you try a little bit and see if it would work. You have to give it a good effort, I think. On the other, and what really makes me feel like I could make it work is the marketing, right? Because like I could try a million things in marketing, some would hit, and there would, there is a universe where like this really goes well.
So these two things that I'm learning as this conversation grows. In the beginning, it was I have these three things, and I want to know if I should continue doing all three or maybe focus on one. And the more we speak, and there's one thing that just jumps up, that say I feel confident that if I give this token everything, I have a higher chance of it succeeding. But if I don't give it everything, if I maintain this way, that's very unlikely. So if we go back, actually not back, if we go forward towards starting towards getting a decision and looking at ways that to continue from here, and would it be fair to say that based on this conversation, doing all three and trying to juggle all of them is something that's less likely you want to do? And the real question is, should I push this token, full force, maybe let go of the other things, or, you know, it's not worth it because I don't want to risk what I have. But really jumping on all three, is that still a consideration?
I do like it. In fact, there's even a fourth that I think would really work, but it's just if I was working like 24 hours a day, I could make it all work. But I'm not, So I think um uh this is where it's like an amoeba, It's like this week, this one side of the business, one needs like 20 hours, another strategy needs like 10 hours, and next week they need fewer and more hours, and it's like it's really hard to do all three. There are some real synergies between them. Like, for example, if I can make the YouTube work, and like, let's say I can get 1,000 people on these live sessions, just for example, right? Really engaged and all this, then you can promote the cryptocurrency token right from here, or any products, or even the courses, and it will make the sessions very well worth it. So that's one option, but it will be so time consuming to get there, right? So it's not maybe the great up, but like the potential of it is a very good potential, um, where I don't see the potential anywhere else almost. Um, so it's like really hard to. I know with my heart, like I'm like I have to kill some of these ideas off, but I can see how they can be very valuable. I did try something like this a few years ago with that t-shirt business, and then I tried. I even tried like Monday, Tuesday, I'm working on the courses. Wednesday, I'm working on t-shirt business. Thursday, I'm doing something, and that didn't work. That totally didn't work, and it was super stressful.
So if we go back to the beginning of this conversation, when you said, I need to make this decision because there's a lot on the line, big opportunities, and also the danger of AI coming in. So there's basically three options. Okay. One is that you actually two for this perspective. One is you make a decision of I'm going to focus someplace else, and the other one you don't make a decision and you continue with what you just described, this juggling, this triangle three, and on the one hand being afraid that you're losing up on the opportunity because you're not focused fully on the token. On the other hand, being afraid that AI may all of a sudden pull the floor out of you with the Udemy. So the place where you are right now is, and what you're suggesting as an option, you can continue juggling, and you've tried it before and it didn't work. Is that still an option right now? And if it is, what makes it a good option?
Um, I guess that what makes it a good option is that I can see how, if all of them work, if any of them work, they will really boost the others. Like there's
Okay.
potential real synergy.
So that's a little bit of a something that we've learned, is that there is a way. It's almost like a new idea. It's like I could focus on one, but I have to make sure that they all work together. It's not just focus on one. It's in
They're not separate. Yeah.
getting all the others into it, but not just as like a side effect. It's like, well, if I do one, I can embed, but actually planning it a certain way.
Right. They have to like really, really align. And if they align perfectly and get executed perfectly, uh, I can like they have potential. Like I mentioned, right? Like if the YouTube channel takes
Yeah.
off, or it can give a boost to the others, you know, and so on. So, um, yeah, that's the struggle. Is like it's like they're not obvious to kill off. If it was something like totally random, another idea, I'd be like, oh yeah, okay, totally random, can do it. Um, but these work well together, and I just don't know if like the courses by themselves have a significant future. So it's like I kind of have to fight. Like 1 month, I'm like, content creation by humans. I'm like, it's dead. Next month, I'm like, no, no, humans will still want content from humans because like we want human stuff. We don't want AI stuff. But then next month, I'm like, oh, but AI stuff is so much better. Why would we want humans? And so, um, if it's humans are gonna like be valuable forever, then the courses are going to be valuable forever. There's going to be a market for it, and so great. But if not, then
So
that
this
kind
is
of thing.
something that you're pushing again, that it's not just a risk if you jump into tokenized, it's also a risk if you continue the same way because the whole business can move. So if we go from the world of ideas and thoughts and considerations into the world of actions, what are currently the possible specific actions that you can take if you're going to basically clarify, I have this way or that way or that way, or how many ways are there and what are those ways?
So I guess I'm doing them now. So I'm doing kind of YouTube videos and YouTube lives, and then I'm still doing mostly my courses. Um, and then whenever it makes sense, I create content also as I'm doing courses. I'm creating content for promoting the token, the cryptocurrency token, and I'm kind of putting that content on Udemy, but also on YouTube, so that I feed the like the algorithms of those two. So it's like I create a lot of content, but now that content is kind of focused around the space of cryptocurrency mostly.
If I want to ask the question is if I'm going to the airport, I have options. I can fly from New York to Los Angeles. I can fly to Boston. I can fly to Europe. So I know these are my options. So when you think right now about your situation and the things you're worried about and the things you're hoping for, what are specifically the actions? What's going to be the difference if you choose option one, option two, option three? I don't know how many options are there, and
Yeah.
what are there specifically?
Um, I guess just what I need to do is create content that, like on YouTube, for example, like at the moment, my videos, they're not getting too many views, so I need to find a way to kind of break through the algorithm, right? Um, that kind of thing.
But that's one option. So one option is to focus on the YouTube to make sure that it catches. Is that something that you're thinking whether you want to do it or not, and that's part of the consideration? Depends where you're focused, or you must do it regardless. What I want to hear is you have right now a dilemma. You have a few options, and you want to choose one of them. But I don't really hear the few options. I want to understand better what are those options. Maybe these two, maybe these three, maybe these five. But what are those
Well,
options?
you always have to get traffic, right? Whether it's going to be through courses, whether it's going to be through YouTube. So this is an issue you have to you have to solve, or there's no business. None of the three will work, right? If there's no traffic, so I have to solve this issue. Um, Once there's traffic, I mean, there's options, but like, yeah. So basically, kind of inbound and top of the line, um, top of the funnel, kind of. This is what I have to expand. Basically, I have to expand my top of the funnel, right? Because in the past, my top of the funnel was like Udemy, but if that's not gonna grow, then um, maybe something else, right? So I have to YouTube, right? So that's why YouTube's important. It's kind of like the next source of traffic.
So if you decide that, for example, for whatever reason, you decide right now that you're going to put all of your effort into this token, your step one is going to be focus on the YouTube, make sure I get out there,
I
or
think
that
so
would
because I think it's one of the major sources for marketing,
okay.
um, especially for me because it's like I don't do too much Instagram, I don't do TikTok, I'm not a big LinkedIn person, so like video, engaging people with video, it's very similar to YouTube, Udemy. So it's like it's kind of a medium I'm a little bit comfortable with. So, and also YouTube is giant, right? So I think it's not a bad place to be.
So what would be so again? I'm trying to understand the difference in the decision making. So option one, you decide I'm going full in to the token, and hopefully this works. Option two, you
Yeah.
say forget about it. I'm not putting any effort to it. How would option one look different from option two?
Um, well, option one, the option where there's no token. is the option where I keep all the eggs in the basket of online courses, which is point one where we started, right? Where it's like, okay, we don't know where this industry will go, and AI might, really damage this industry. And let's say, if there's no industry in a year, then
How will it look
yeah.
different in real life in practice? If I'm a fly on the wall and I don't know what you made the decision, but I can see what you're doing every day, how would I know what decision you made? What would be different in your actions?
I'm not sure. But by the way, I do want to check in because we did get
Yeah,
some comments in the chat. Um,
sure.
let's maybe can we get to like a good stopping point in our coaching session, and come up with some conclusions, because
Yeah,
I
we're
think
almost done.
just because, yeah, because just
Almost done.
for the
I feel like
sake,
I lost you focused a little bit. That's why also, yeah. So
it's just for the sake of moving along, because I got a lot of questions and people probably are waiting.
thank you.
But
I, I, I can
yeah, how do
I
how
can
do
help
how do we
you
end up in a good place? Yeah, with
with,
this. Yeah.
because I feel like you have a dilemma, but you're not looking to change anything you're doing. You want to do the same thing regardless of that dilemma. You want to focus on YouTube, doesn't matter what. So I'm trying to understand, if you make a full decision to go, what would change? And if you make a full decision to leave the token, what would change? And if nothing would change, keep doing the same thing and see what happens.
Well, I think if um maybe I'm not getting something right. Either I'm not getting like my execution of the YouTube isn't not nearly good enough, or my decision making of like I chose the wrong platforms is wrong. That kind of, like, if you were to change my mind, I'm like, hey, like, here's how you are wrong. Don't do this. I would be like, oh wow, I'm really wrong, and I had a blind spot, and thank you for showing it to me. That would be one way, right? Because at the moment, yeah, I am pursuing all of these just because I am, that's where we started in the beginning of this call. But that's exactly what I'm second guessing. Um, so that's where I'm like kind of running myself in circles. I'm like, like, am I doing the right thing? Well, I'm not
If
sure.
I tell
I mean,
you
I'll
right
keep working.
now, sure. If I tell you right now, I know you're doing the wrong thing. What would you do different?
Well, if you present a case that I agree, right? Not just like, but like,
Assuming you decide, it's not me. Assuming you
yeah.
decide it's wrong, I have to leave this. What would you do?
Well, I would be decisive about it, right? I would change
What would you change?
depending on what is the error.
So, so what are you doing right now? Are you looking at your day? You're dividing it by hours. You're dividing your focus. What are you doing right now that you're considering changing? Because it sounds like you're telling me you have a dilemma. You want to go through a few different ways, but then you're saying this is what I'm going to do regardless. Like I'm going to do the same thing no matter what decision is. If I decide fully focus on token, I'm going to do the same thing. If I decide to dump tokens, I'm going to do the same thing. If you're not going to change, what's the dilemma?
Uh, I think maybe you misunderstood, because
Yeah.
I might change
Mm-hmm.
if there's an argument for it.
Mm-hmm.
Um, at the moment, I don't see a strong argument for it, so I'm exploring these options.
Okay. So it sounds like you know what you're doing. You're still exploring an options. You have your focus on YouTube. And regarding the token, it's a secondary thing. Like if you have to find a way to gain traction, and then you can channel that into token. You can't start with the token. You have to start with getting the traction.
Yeah, something like that. Yes.
So your keep right now. Your focus is not the token. Your focus is to getting the traction. Once you get the traction, you can say, okay, should I channel it to token or not? Because you can't lead with the token because you need traction for it.
Yes. Yeah.
So you could take the whole token thing and put it on the side and say, it doesn't matter what I do, Udemy, YouTube, or token, I need traction and I need to focus on getting traction. Once I start getting some kind of traction, I can pull the token idea back from the shelf and focus on it. But pushing the token before I have traction is like pressing gas on neutral.
Right. Right.
Am I saying the right thing?
Yep.
Okay. So if we go back to the beginning of the conversation, and your dilemma? Do you feel like we've made progress, and do you feel like you have some point of where you want to go with this?
I think so. I mean, it's kind of clarified for me that um, I think the YouTube and the Udemy has to be more of a focus, and um, the token will grow with this. You know, if I succeed on YouTube, that will be a good path, to grow the token. So I think yes.
Okay. Is there anything practical that now? So one thing sounds to me that you've had it in your mind the whole time, because there's a little bit of a spaghetti in your mind, like I want this, I want that, and now it's clarified, like, yeah, I want the token, yeah, I'm going to do it, this is the path. I'm not up to focusing fully on token yet, I'm up to that. So that a big revelation. So now you can have a lot more peace of mind, knowing that you still have the token dream, you still have this possibility, but that doesn't mean you have to focus on it, because focusing on it not help. Is there anything else before we close this coaching session that you'd like to bring up or discuss, or you feel like we've got enough and move forward?
I feel like we're in a good place because I think we went a little longer than we planned,
Yeah.
and I wonder if people are like, getting antsy because like I wrote in
Okay.
the chat like wait, and then
Okay. I feel
there's
like
a
you're
yeah.
a little bit okay, but that's good. I think this was good, and I really hope that even people who are they're getting antsy because of the question, they still get some kind of value from this conversation, because they got your insight about how you think, and they talk and our
Yeah.
conversations. Hopefully, this is very helpful, and I can stay around a little bit. I'm gonna leave the
Stick around because what could happen is we could invite people to jump on the call with us.
sure.
um if anybody wants to do that, that would be fun. And um there were some people on waiting, and some people were chatting, and I'm not sure who's still on the call or not, because it's YouTube live. It's a little random. It's not like Zoom where you can see everybody, so you can't really see everybody. um
I'll
but
pass you the
so
torch
we
and
had
take control. I'll stay here for another maybe 10, 15, 20 minutes, and
yeah.
then let you thing.
Thank you. So let me catch up in the comments, and I think there was Anne was here. I don't know if she's still here, but she wanted to jump on the call and do a live session. And then there's a couple people joined also. Igal, um, let me quickly read the comments and catch up. So Igal was saying, "I'm a developer and I'm working on a project, but it is pre-MVP state. It's a bit complicated to explain it quickly. In general, it is a psychological profile with psychological tools, courses, tests, etc. And it's based on the Kabbalah mythology. And then the platform helps users awaken their true essence, explore their inner world, and achieve sustainable personal growth. It integrates modern psychology, practical tools, and the wisdom of Kabbalah to guide users towards self discovery, emotional balance, and purpose driven life. Cool. Is it appropriate to include Kabbalah in marketing? Is it appropriate to include Kabbalah in marketing and user profiles, or should I focus solely on psychology terminology? Interesting. Since Kabbalah may be unfamiliar and clear, could feel too complex. Interesting. So this project that is pre-MVP state, it's a little bit vaguely stated. Is it like a software or like an online school? It sounds like an online education platform, right? Um, I think if it's like an online coaching, live coaching slash education platform, it's an interesting concept. I think today, um, you can obviously go either way. Like a very famous case of somebody into the Kabbalah, like I think Madonna, right? The singer, she's really studied the Kabbalah or something for a long time, and she got really interested in the mysticism and all this. So there is a way that it's interesting in the mainstream. It's been proven that it's kind of an interesting concept, and this the spirituality appeals to people. So there's that. um, but then there's the problem with the word spirituality is that not everybody buys into it. A lot of people are like on the opposite spectrum. They're like, we just want the scientific research, please. Tell us like how to fix our brain without medicine. Like what's the right way to think. What does the latest research say? Because in the past, you needed things like the Kabbalah to give you answers, but today actually neuroscience gives you all the answers and more accurately. So there is also this, and I think to start a project like this today without scientific research, um, you're really limiting yourself in terms of the audience you can attract, which is actually fine because sometimes you don't want to turn into a I want to please everybody. Um, so you might, if you're really focused on the Kabbalah, which is interesting, you will have to find a language that within one sentence it's very clear for people what it is and the value of it, but that's doable. Uh, you can just go with that and lead with the idea of spirituality and mysticism and kind of this inner enrichment. And I think
I have,
for a lot of people, this is like super um, attractive.
I have a couple of comments on it. Can I
Yes,
share?
please.
So I would say there's mostly two, three things. One, it's just like like SEO. You can go the whole umbrella of real estate, or you can go niche. So Kabbalah is a niche that you can use, but I would say two things about it. One, you're gonna push off a lot of people who don't identify with that, but on the other hand, you're going to get the people who do. So be aware of that, and but you got to be good at it, because the more you go niche, the more people expect you to be an expert. If you're talking very general term of marketing, you can talk, you can say, as long as you add some insight, that's fine. Oh, I learned something. But if you're going, I'm going to focus on Kabbalah, people will expect you to know more. So that's one thing, that you really have to be authoritative. It's not enough to give them some ideas. The other thing is, you have to decide if you're talking to the enthusiast crowd who know Kabbalah everything and you're going into the details, or to the average person who's just open to it. It's going to be hard to please both. So it's a focus to the, do I want the casual person who just gets excited? Oh, Kabbalah is interesting, let me hear. Or you're getting the Kabbalah people and you're giving them real insight. And maybe some of it depends on your own knowledge and insight on it.
Yeah, I agree. So I think if your passion is Kabbalah, and that's your background, I think that's an interesting perspective to lead, to center around. You don't have, you. I think it would be interesting to add the latest neuroscience research because I think people respond favorably to that, even if they want mysticism and even things like the horoscope, which I think a lot of people conflate. Like you will say, this has nothing to do with the horoscope, and of course, it doesn't necessarily. But like a lot of the people who want mysticism and like spirituality, they kind of mean horoscope. It doesn't matter how wrong that is of them. So um, I think in some sense they will still understand. Okay, well, there's this research from Harvard, and they looked at the brain, and that's what they found, and that's the latest. So I think you still maybe want to have that in your back pocket and be aware of this kind of stuff. Um, but you would want, yeah, I think you want to lead with spirituality and stuff like that. I think it's super attractive to a lot of people, and I think especially with like today's AI and everybody spending most of their day like sitting in front of a computer. I think people want more of that in their life, and they feel like a fulfillment. um, so maybe hopefully that's helpful. Maybe Igal can comment in the comments and in the chat and see if this was sort of like along the lines of is this close to the answer that you were looking for, or um, something else is maybe you're wondering. And in the meantime, I'll kind of quickly jump to um, the Geek Viking asked the question about why am I not doing SEO. um, Actually, I mean, I kind of am doing SEO because I'm still teaching SEO and I'm doing SEO for my websites, and a lot of the work that I do is SEO based, but I just don't do SEO services for others, and I never really did it. I mostly coached people on it, but it's just tedious to do SEO for people. and it's very time consuming, and you have to charge a lot of money um, to make it really, 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 really worthwhile. But then few people can afford it. So you start needing to go companies, but then it's like I don't know. I kind of like what I'm doing now with the courses. It's like a little more comfortable kind of a business. I enjoy it more, um, and a lot of times people hire SEO providers, and it's stressful for the person paying because they're paying every month, and traffic sometimes takes a longer time than that. And plus, honestly, long time ago, I had a job as like an SEO person, like at a company. And when it wasn't for my businesses, like when it wasn't the SEO for me, that SEO work was so boring to go to this office and to be the SEO guy, and like that was a miserable. It's like easy work, It's not like I'm doing laying cement or construction. It's relatively easy office work, so I could have been more appreciative of that and stuff like that. But um, it was just so tedious and boring, and every day was kind of like very blah, and I didn't enjoy being there. So doing SEO for others, the tediousness and the like attention to detail of it and the time consumingness of it really turned me off. Um, so yeah, that's why I didn't do SEO as a like too much for clients. I'm happy to teach it, and I'm happy when I teach it that people use it and they get good results. But uh, I just don't like. I don't really like love doing it for people.
Alex,
I
do you
think
still want me on the call, or should I say goodbye and we'll see you hopefully next week or next time?
I think next time I maybe they do a next time like Tuesday or Wednesday next week maybe
Yeah, let
another
me know.
live.
Wednesday's usually not good for me. I have
Right, right. I gotta adjust to your maybe Tuesday. Tuesday would be good.
we'll talk.
Tuesday.
Should
I
be.
think it's holiday, right? Like everybody's gonna be off. It's gonna be fourth of. It's like a 2nd of July, 1st of July,
Yeah, 1st of July.
and everybody's gonna be kind of on vacation. So maybe it's not the best, but we can try it.
We'll talk. Let
We'll
me
talk.
know.
Yeah. But thank you for joining this time and giving it a full effort. And I think if I understand your coaching style is more to almost have the person to like talk through it everything, right? So that uh by the end of it they come up with realizations on their own, that kind of thing. Or
Yes, 100%. Yes. I don't have the answers for you. You know your business, you know your considerations, you know your motivations way better than I do. So I don't want to come in with answers, but I can help you get clarity. And I hope that we did that today. I hope you got a lot more clarity and you feel better.
yeah, it was helpful to have like a listening ear. When I do the coaching, I kind of do like exact opposite. I'm like, okay, tell me what you want, and I kind of get into like the meat and potatoes. I'm like, um
It's
and,
more
and
mentorship or consulting, what
was
you're
that
doing. What you're doing is more mentorship and consulting.
mm,
So you're advising people. Coaching, at least the way the International Coaching Federation describes it, is a process that you just facilitate, and the coachee is the one that does all the work. You just ask the questions, just to guide them through the process.
interesting?
Unlike consulting, where you offer them advice, or mentoring, is where you just show them, hey, this is how I did it, and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's an interesting contrast because it's like a lot of these practices have like very conflated terminology where people don't know the difference, or like some yeah, and then they expect different things.
Yeah, yeah. People accept sometimes the coach to solve all their problems, and it's you could solve all the problems. I'm just going to facilitate it, help you clarify, untangle the spaghetti.
Yeah, it's like spaghetti is a good metaphor. Okay, cool. So it's getting a little bit late. So
Sure,
should
pleasure.
yeah,
We'll
should
talk
we?
soon, and have a good night.
Cool. Thank you for joining. Good night.
Bye bye.
If anybody is still with us on the chat, um, chime in on the chat and say hello, because I think at this time of the live call, usually we've kind of talked through everything that we wanted to talk about. I kind of had some other topics that I wanted to discuss as well, um, like cryptocurrency, but I don't know if people are tired of this topic. But yeah, I started earlier mentioning benefits. I wanted to lay out real world benefits of cryptocurrency, which I'll just recap now. And then if anybody has interest, we can talk about it. But if not, we'll kind of end the live stream. But um, cool. Uh, you're welcome. Do you have other? I see your comment, the Geek Viking. Do you have any questions about anything? Are you working on SEO, or like where are you with it? While I'm waiting for your comments and answers, I'll just talk about cryptocurrency. So a lot of people have like this distrust and like dislike of cryptocurrency, but like there's some very um, real benefits for the real world. Like for example, if you take international payments or any payments like PayPal, PayPal is going to charge you 3 to 4% depending on the scenario. So with cryptocurrency, the transaction fees are near like pennies. So you're immediately not losing 4% or 5% if you take payment in cryptocurrency. Not to mention it's instantaneous as opposed to on a bank wire transfer. It takes like 2 or 3 or 4 days depending on if it overlaps with the weekend or not. So for that reason, cryptocurrency like is like a way better mechanism. Even though PayPal is instantaneous, like it's not free. Let me quickly read the comment. I'm a beginner. And remind me your name because YouTube just shows your name as it says the Geek Viking. Um, but yeah, it says I'm a beginner in SEO and Google Ads. I'm doing it on for a plumber on Canada. You wrote I'm doing it on a plumber in Canada, and I started picturing like how you can do SEO on a person, and then Christian, right. Sorry, you mentioned it earlier. I apologize. And then it was kind of funny, but yeah, I see. So you're doing it for a plumbing business. Results are not incredible now, but I learned a lot. I guess for a plumbing business, you got to do the Google Map, right? This is like first thing, get that person on the map in the local like 3 pack. That's like no question. You go to google.com/business, google.com, yeah, /business, set them up over there, and you would be good there. Then create their website today. It's pretty basic, just that kind of a business only needs like 5 pages for their website, homepage, about page, contact page, services page, and maybe there's a couple of service pages. That's it. So a pretty basic website that can rank also for the same keywords like plumber in whatever city. Um, and then you start running the ads, but I would not recommend running ads too early, just because you want to understand your website's conversion and a whole bunch of other details before you run ads, because it's very easy to lose money with ads. I'm like very careful about recommending people to run ads, because you can lose a lot of money, especially for a local service. The clicks are not cheap. So that's what I would do there. Maybe you can sort of comment of all the things that I just mentioned, what you've done already, so that I can sort of tell you, what the next steps are, what we can zero in on this conversation. But in terms of cryptocurrency, so the payments I mentioned, almost transaction free. The other benefit is that uh, I forgot, because I had a list. I have a list written down. I thought I would do it from like memory. Um, yeah. So in addition to uh, transaction fees being free, not everyone has online banking. Like there's like 30 or 40 countries where like PayPal is not even active there, and they have a hard time paying online. They don't have a bank. And so immediately you can open up yourself to the opportunity of getting paid anywhere in the world, right? Because if people want to pay you in PayPal, they can. But if people who cannot use PayPal or other means, they can now pay you with cryptocurrency like Bitcoin or other tokens. So that's another way you can get a benefit, that like you literally open up the chance to have business from multiple like countries, um, like let's say you have a um, potential client who just happens to live in a country where it's like, they're sanctioned or whatever, or there's a high level of fraud, so PayPal is not active there, but that individual can still become your client and pay you. um, So that's the other benefit of cryptocurrency. Also, the same, you can raise money with it. Like if people can't donate dollars for whatever reasons, because it's for, if you live in the West, like Europe or United States or Canada, it's hard to fathom that people don't have online banking. But a lot of people, like in Africa, in Middle Eastern countries, it's just not as common that people are active with like online banking, and it's not that secure for them. So cryptocurrency like is actually their best option. And so you suddenly start to have people who couldn't pay you before would be able to pay you now. So that's the other reason. And of course, um, because it's commission free, like a lot of times you can collect commission free tips, because even like let's say on Fiverr, if somebody not yeah gives you a tip, Fiverr will take 20%. On YouTube, if somebody gives you a tip to a creator, YouTube takes 30%, or it's, I heard 40 somewhere, I think it's 30. So with cryptocurrency, if you post your link and say, hey, commission free tip, it's commission free. You really get to keep like 99.999% of your money, just minus a couple of pennies in transaction fees. um, Let me quickly, while I'm talking about the cryptocurrency, let me quickly read the comments. I'm going to concurrently try to talk about SEO with Christian. um, Christian says, I created 25 local city pages with 8 service pages. I try to create as much optimized content as possible on the pages. Good. My client doesn't have a physical location yet. It's okay not to have a physical location, because you can still get a marker on the map without a physical location by providing like your own address. Just like you can make your address private so that people don't actually come to your address, but you can get that little marker on the map. So um, yeah, you don't need a physical address, especially for a plumber business. Like, but you somehow need that marker on the map. So, um, but then I don't understand the comment about 25 local city pages. Do you mean like you made a page specifically for every city nearby where that um, plumber is able to provide services? Um, in that case, it's fine. I wonder if it's a little bit too duplicate for Google. I like the 8 service pages, because you can mention the geographical keywords there in the service pages. Um, I think that honestly works, especially I think if you do that, like in the navigation area, you can like location, you can have a pull down and it says location, and under every location you can click through whichever city. I think that works. And this way it doesn't look very spammy, because right now it looks like very keyword stuff strategy, like name all the towns, name all the services. So that way it might look like more like a little bit of a more of a viable strategy. um, so yeah, that can work. I think you did good. If you want to, let me know what the um, URL of your pages. You can't post the URL, but maybe if you want to email me your page that you're working on, we can look at it live on the call here. I'll post my email, alex.gmail, so you can email me the URL, and I can share my screen and we can go there together and look at it. And then Igal mentioned, thank you, that was helpful. In my understanding, Kabbalah is a science, not mystical concept, and psychology has roots in um, scientists rely on something called the scientific method. So while people might call different things science, scientists, they like abide by like actual like really strict processes. So if you call that as a science, it doesn't mean that other people call that as a science. Um, so that's a tricky term. Like it has a real, it has a definition, a very the scientific method. It has a very specific definition and process. Um, and I don't think it, like I would say I'm a fan of the Kabbalah. Like I like this kind of stuff. So I'm supportive. But even though I'm supportive, I would say like don't make the mistake of like it isn't science in like the same sense of like there was a study in Harvard and they measured, they plugged electrons to the brain and saw how things worked, right? So it's like a little different. Um, so plus when the Kabbalah was created, it was like there was, the field of neuroscience didn't exist. It's a problem with a lot of fields. The field of philosophy, it was useful for a while until like neuroscience and other sciences, like math, that answered the world's questions. Um, and physics, answered the world's questions, and so you needed philosophy for less than fewer things. So it's kind of like a fine line that you want to uh, tiptoe. But let me catch up with the comments because they're coming quick. Oh, I didn't know that Madonna was doing it more for publicity, but I guess that makes sense. My plan is to focus primarily on psychology, and it's more accessible. And it's interesting. I think psychology is like just really interesting by itself. Yeah, gradually introduce Kabbalah. Yeah, maybe that actually would be a good. The website will feature gamified tools, actions, and tests. I wouldn't overdo it on gamification because it's hard to implement, and people aren't there for that either. Like, I think a lot of people over, what's the word, like value. There's a lot of hype in gamification, and in places it has um, it has its place, but not in this. Here, people are really like in it for like self improvement, not hey, I've got more points than somebody, or I reached a level. I yeah. This is the one thing not to waste time on is gamification, in my opinion here. And I've been in this space like for over a decade, so I kind of know it. I could be wrong. Like quizzes are good. People like that. Self assessment is good. People like that. Certificates is good. People tend to like that, but less of a gamification. I could be wrong, but it's just like, that's my understanding of what people want in this space. And then I'm going to read the last comment specifically. I'm incorporating a tree of self in the user profile based on the, I don't know what this tree is that you mentioned, Sephirot tree, but described using psychological terminology. This could be interesting. I don't know that much about this specific detail, but oh, okay. I see Christian send me URL. I will go there. Cool. Um, oh, Christian, you're the Christian now. Okay, now I understand. You are the Christian who used to join the Zoom calls, and I was able to see you, but now I had no idea. Ah, okay, it's coming together. Yeah, and you live in Toronto. Yes, I remember. Um, okay. Sorry, because on YouTube it's so different that it took me like a while to put two and two together. It really didn't help that your um screen name says the Geek Viking. Although I do like that screen name. Yeah, it's like maybe I'm just a slow. Like it took me a long time to put two and two together. Montreal. Yeah, my memory is so amazing. um, yeah. Okay. So we can come back. So Igal, just last points, and then we'll come and look at the website. um, I think you have to start this sooner rather than later, and really pick like the themes of your school, right, and the themes of your community. You might be totally wrong, but you'll get a better answer from testing it on like real potential students, or people you're trying to sell to, or people you're trying to get to enroll. You'll get a way better answers than we can come up here, because it's such a space with a lot of gray area and confusion. And how do you say this, how do you explain that? There's a person who wants spirituality, do they want research or no, or do they like want horoscope, or do they want Kabbalah or whatever, like this is a confusing space. And so I think a big part of your like onboarding here will be to make the onboarding and the value proposition super clear. Because if people aren't clear, like they think, oh, spirituality, they're going to do horoscope, and here you come with the Kabbalah, and like then they're like, what about the horoscope? My sign is, whatever my sign. And then, right, then it's going to lead to people being unhappy. Like when people, when customers are confused, they are unhappy. When they get exactly what they thought they were going to get, they're happy. Um, uh, I see your question, Titan edits. I'll get to it in a second. I do know how to code and make apps, but today nobody codes and makes apps. Today you use AI for this. So we can talk about it. I have to answer one more person, and then we can talk about it, because it's a cool. It was actually something I was going to talk about on this call, but then other things took time. So where was I? Yeah. So for Igal, it's really like, one is you really need to launch this ASAP, so you can, when you try to onboard people, see what kind of confusion they have. And their confusion can come when they're clients, but also when they ask you questions about what you're doing. If they're confused, or if they have like sales objections, you need to get into those conversations so that you can understand exactly where people are struggling and they're confused. Because when they're confused, they're leaving, right? So you first have to make the process super clear. Like set expectations, and I think that will be the beginning of like your niche choosing and your value proposition and all this. Because you might also do this, like where your marketing channels may be strong, maybe people don't care about the Kabbalah, or maybe they don't care about the horoscope. And so the thing you're planning may or may not resonate with your audience. So I think in this, you basically need to like start having those conversations with real people, who are potential customers, so that you can see like when their eyes glaze over, like kind of when you lose them, or if they maintain interest, or where they go aha aha. And if they go aha aha, you say, ooh, sounds like you're interested, would you sign up for this? If they go, well, I'm not sure, if they hesitate, you ask what's the hesitation. So you really need to get into these conversations. These are sales conversations, but really it's a like product research conversation, that you cannot do sales without these conversations. But once you have a bunch of these conversations, you'll be able to smooth out your onboarding, your promotion of it, um, and also the product you're planning will be more clear how to structure it. So hopefully that helps. That's the pattern for how to do it. It's like, don't do something blindly. Talk to potential clients, and they will tell you, this is good, this is not good, I want this, I don't want that. Otherwise, what you really don't want, the most dangerous thing, is to work on assumptions, like assumption that's this is popular, or people was going to want this, right? This is how you get yourself in trouble and waste like 3 months of work, and then people don't want it. So that's, yeah. Let me quickly share my screen. We'll go to that website, for the plumbing business, and we'll take a look. Christian, do you have any specific questions about it, or should we just kind of? I know we looked at it before on other calls. Should we look for something specific there, or should we just kind of like look at everything? I'm gonna just share my screen, and then we'll kind of um, look at the website and see if I can find something that can be improved. Or so here's the website. I would love to see um, the image that is here, not so in the background that it almost looks like almost like a flat color. It this website needs a little bit of more personality, like visually, um, because I feel like now it's a little bit bland visually. Um, Now let me quickly read it. So there's three texts that I cannot tell. I think it's a slightly bigger. This text font size is bigger than this font size, and then this is different. So too many font sizes. You need two. You need a title and a subtitle, which would mean that this um, gets deleted and this gets shortened. That's what I would do. Um, I like the calls to action to call. It's good. I don't know what's free submission. Oh, expert help. This is a little not clear, so I guess I would fill out an email. Navigation and usability is a little unclear. Like, so there's this email. By the way, a professional like email is better. So like, if this is Debouchage Solutions, you want to be at Debouchage Solutions. So it maybe cost a couple of dollars, but it's better than Gmail. It's not a high priority, but just food for thought. It translated things back to French, and it's not offering me to translate back to English. Now this is trouble. But this is good. A lot of services. I really need to find the translate button. No translate button. I mean, it looks pretty good mostly. I would just make it visually a little bit more appealing with nothing else than a better background image, which would mean that this text to be readable needs to have its own background, which is easily doable. Then I guess services. Perfect. That's just exactly how I was thinking about it. Cities. The cities could be pulled down just like this. It could be cities or villas. I don't know. This is pretty good. I would be worried if like all these pages are the same, except the city name. So yeah, it looks like it's kind of the same. So I would just make sure it's not totally the same, just some difference, like must be some differences about find some differences. Like anyway, something about them. Especially today where like AI wants you to write, to get AI to promote you, you really have to write unique content, interesting content for the actual readers, because that's what AI is going to present to readers. And if you have that on your site, you want AI to promote you. So yeah, just a little bit more originality on the pages, I think, because if people look at cities and they're like, well, this city is the same as this city, it doesn't look right to the consumer either. So hopefully that kind of gives at least some actionable things to do. Let me quickly stop sharing, and then I'll read all the other comments. Let's see. Let's see. Do you know how to code and make apps? Yes. So back in the day, I made my own apps and I coded them. But today, you wouldn't do that. Uh, People used to today. People use um, something called vibe coding or no code solutions, whatever the name is. Like I use a service like Replit. I don't know if I love it, but I'll paste the link. I have a whole tutorial about Replit in my YouTube. Let me show you, like a whole hour long course that I shared. Let me get you that link. But it's mind blowing. I'll actually show you how it works in a second. So copy that video link. I'll paste it here. So this is how to basically today you don't write code. Today you just tell AI in words the code, the type of application you want to be written. Yeah, so you made an app with Firebase, but I'm stuck between finishing the app and publishing. What kind of app is it? The publishing process is a little bit annoying. The publishing process is different for Android and iOS. Um, it's something you either Google um, or it's a little bit self-explanatory. Um, the problem is repackaging the app from your development environments to being ready for both of those app stores, which is a little bit different. Um, so, in the worst case, you could um, hire somebody to just release your apps because that for a person who knows how to do it, it's a very short. It's not a very time-consuming thing, but you just basically Google for manuals, like how do you take an app in certain language that it, or maybe you would need to get Firebase to convert the code into some certain language, whatever it is. Um, but you need to get it into a state where you can upload it to the app stores, and the app stores provide you with step-by-step guides how to do it. It's like these guides are kind of annoying. Like nobody wants to be following them. It's tedious, but once you figure it out, like the next time you upload and the next time you upload, it's faster, and then after a while, it just becomes like second nature. But it is an annoying process, especially on the iPhone. A lot of times they reject you because something is not to their liking. Um, if you're super stuck, I think you need to like, what is the step where you're super stuck? Because here's what I would suggest. Um, go through the upload process, publishing process to Android, and at some point they will say we want the app in this format, right? Like Java language written, right? And so you would go to your Firebase or whatever AI you use, and you would ask it, how do I make this um, in a way that I can publish it on Android? And it will literally tell you the format, right? Like these tools, they tell you the format, and you will say, hey, can you please create a version of yourself that's this format? Like, on Android, you need the APK. I don't know if it's still the case. When I was doing it, was like it was called the APK, the release file, that kind of release bundle that has your app that you upload to the app stores. Um, so yeah. Uh, Christian, okay, nice having you here. Now I know your screen name, so um, yeah. By the way, one thing I did last time, which was super helpful, is I left the live stream running as I went to sleep. so that it accumulated hours because I'm trying to build up hours. So if in case you don't close your computer, you can just leave the um, this browser running, and it will kind of help me out because I need the live stream to go along. But yeah, nice to have you on the call, Christian, and see you next time. But for Titan, um, you just need to figure out in the manuals um, the format that Android requires, and then you ask Firebase if it's able to create that format for you, and likely it will, because that's what it does. It creates software, and so you just then make it a downloadable. When you make it a downloadable, you make it uploaded to Android, and then you're like, got it. Suddenly you have your file. There's a few other steps, that security related steps, but they're not hard. Um, you can also watch some YouTube videos that show you exactly how to convert your app to uh, exactly what um, the app stores need. And then I see the question: what do you think is the best and quickest way to make money with AI online if I'm broke? To be completely honest, it's never good to be like, what can I do fast? Because you just end up running into like bad decisions, like business ideas that don't really work. I think there's an unpopular answer, and that is to become comfortable being broke so that you don't force yourself into these short-term decisions, so you can make better decisions and choose better options for yourself and just learn to deal with the stress. For entrepreneurs, this is vital because for most people, the stress is there way longer than you want. And if you can't handle the stress of like the uncertainty, you'll just make panic moves, which is like the worst, right? Because you'll make decisions that keep you struggling. See, so you want to like calm in the face of stress and chaos. When it's like financial stress is very, very hard, but like the first step is to acknowledge it. Because a lot of entrepreneurs, myself included, early on, I just did a lot of random things just to, maybe this will work, maybe this will work. And it kept me actually from succeeding sooner. Last week, we did an experiment on this call where you go to Upwork. This is to make money fast. You go to Upwork and you check what software people want made, and then you make it with your AI, and then you say, "Hey, I've got the software already made, right? Would you like to buy it?" So if you're comfortable using AI to create software, I would experiment with looking for things people want built on Upwork or Fiverr, and literally tell them, "Hey, for $5,000, would you like to just buy it? I have it." So that's certainly a business idea with AI. By the way, quick thing, very quickly, I think it's getting a little bit late. I might go to sleep soon, but I will do another one of these calls next week. Um, I am doing this thing where uh, I'm just gonna leave the computer on and the live stream on because I kind of want like the extra minutes and hours accumulating. So if anybody wants to stay on the live stream, that would be super helpful. But if no, that's cool. And if anybody still have questions, this is like a great time to ask because I'm probably going to go to sleep in a few minutes. So if you have any questions, this is a great time. I'll hang out. I'll drink my water a little bit. Um, oh yeah, we got a comment. So got you. Yeah, I'm chill, but it would be nice to get out of that hole of being broke. No, I totally understand it because I was there too for many years, and it's the worst feeling of like when you're working, but you're still in that like making not much money. and there's a lot of like life pressures, is super stressful and super harsh. Like, is maybe one of the worst things about entrepreneurship. Um, I think service-based businesses, they tend to work sooner, like freelancing, like Fiverr or Upwork. I don't know the state of those businesses today, because today AI is killing so much of the service industry. So maybe you want to do like the idea that I suggested, like um, try to go to people who are posting jobs on Upwork and say, hey, I can do this for you, or I have this for you already. I have it partially made, so that they would hire you. The great thing is, if you hire, they hire you for the long term, and the work is with AI anyway, so it's easy. So that may be something I would do if you like really want a short term idea. That's what I would do. Yeah. Let's see. How should I do those if I don't really have a portfolio? Well, in the past, yeah, you would need a portfolio. But see, what I was explaining is like, let's say somebody posts on Upwork, like, I want an app created that takes pictures. I don't know, whatever. You tell your AI, make me an app that takes pictures. You literally put their description that they put into Upwork, you put that description into the AI. In 5 or 10 minutes, AI will make you that software or app. Then you go to that person on Upwork and you say, hey, I've already got that thing made. Would you like to just buy it instead of hiring me? Or you can say you can hire me also. But that will sort of put you ahead of the curve, ahead of the competition. And you don't really have to have a portfolio if you're that good on that on top of it. They might skip the portfolio. But yes, but you need the portfolio. In most cases, it's helpful. But there, if you prove yourself to be a go-getter and good at it, you don't maybe not need a portfolio. Mm, just reading the comments and stuff. Cool. Yeah. I think it's an interesting use case that like not didn't wasn't available before, but is available now with AI. So it's not the only use case. Like it's good to keep thinking of new use cases, because it's such a new technology that it opens up like a million different use cases. This is just one of them. But keep thinking of like what you can do. Um, like for example, um, this is late now, so I probably should get going. But I created this whole website, sprktoken.com, just all with AI in a couple of days, right? And then I launched this cryptocurrency token. So it's like a whole project that I did within a matter of days. If I had to hire any help or a developer, or if I didn't want to do this myself as a developer, which I don't, it would take like 2 months or 3 months, a lot of money. But with AI, it was like 20 or 30 or $40. Just got to pay for the edits. Cool. All right. I'll jump off. And then if anybody wants to leave this browser tab open so I can keep accumulating the time watched, I would appreciate it. And I'll see everybody next time. Thank you for joining.
But yeah. Um, no, I'm just going. Just have to send an email.